Do I spoil myself on... I'm gonna try something real quick. Whatever, man. I don't fucking know. I don't... Whatever. It be what it be. Apparently it's finicky. That's why I went into the menu, because I needed the UI stuff, which is under here, Okay, 206. Bad. Know vaguely what I'm getting in. The question is, how much of vaguely do I actually know? That's the real question. Very colorful forest over here. Okay. Oh. Oh my. You have my attention. Yeah, so I'm absolutely building underground. We're gonna start flat out with that. Oh. Okay. Interesting. We'll worry about the specifics later. Right now, let me just cook. Also, I don't know if I changed my settings or if like this pack is just so fabulously fucking optimized, but oh my god. This shit's fucking buttery smooth. Like, you can't see it on your end because it's coming in at 30 frames, I think. So it's a little bit snippy, but like, oh my god. Oh, I like it. Obviously, we're gonna get our basics. Yeah, it's a little on the choppy side because it's not purely 30. Okay, so it is. There is no such thing as Decapitator or Vein Miner. God. We lost Decapitator so we could get Vein Miner. Wild times, truly. Oh, there isn't Fast Leaf Decay either. Ooh. Oh, wait, no, that That might help. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a little on the laggy side just because it's not the full, like the perfect 60. Because my computer would hate me if I did that. Okay, fast leaf decay just does not exist, apparently. Gotcha. This is just, if you read the title, you get the name of the pack right there. What all it has in it, I have literally no idea. I know it's got a bunch of create. That's about all I can tell you inside of mechanism and applied energistics. What all it's got outside of that? The fuck if I know. Obviously got shaders, but... Oh, and apparently mystical agriculture. You know what? Yeah, fuck it. We'll go down there. Yup. Let me see. What day are we on? I wish I could fucking tell. Days played 0. Bottom left hand corner. I literally haven't even been designated a day. I never understood the whole, hey, let me give you everything screen. I don't know what mod does it, turns it into that. I thought that was a different stone. That was F3. It gives you chunk identifications, it gives you biome and like general environment, and the green, the blue is the chunk stuff, yellow or red is your coordinate and general like movement. You can see I got velocity and chunk coordinates, block coordinates, etc. Kind of. I don't know what the fuck's going on the right side, except for that bottom section. That bottom section I kind of understand. All that shit up top. Wait, no, actually. No, I do. Oh god, I understand everything. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna put that away. Oh no. I've been playing too long. I'll be real. I saw that come up. I'm like, damn, I don't understand the damn thing that's going on. Looked at it for longer than 2 seconds, like... Oh, I do. That's... yeah. I honestly was expecting to outsmart myself like that. I get that. I'm unfortunately the kind of person that makes such chaotic things that it ruins the experience sometimes for others. Like I've crashed and corrupted servers before. So for automation packs like these, I typically tend to play them solo. That was phenomenal timing. That was phenomenal timing. Oh hey. Ooh, and that's real. We're gonna go down and say hi. Much as I would have liked it to have been a mimic. Whoa, hello! Oh my! You have given me gracious many things. And books. Many books. And food. Oh, how gracious. Oh, and a smelting. Very good. God damn. What a start. Alright. Is there another one nearby? Because I'd really like to find a mimic. Ooh. I don't know what that was about. Let's go pay him a visit. Oh, cool. Great. Oh, dope. Already found thorium. Nice. I went to the diamond axe thinking it was a pickaxe. Not gonna lie, not my proudest moment. Rip that. But yeah, no. I have absolutely corrupted a server and made it completely unplayable through the use of, I think it was refined storage and Tinkerer's construct. Believe me, I am too. Like, there are definitely some spikes where, like, if I hit the water weird and, like, the reflections, like, freak out. It happens. But, no, generally, I'm kind of shocked I'm running this as smooth as I am. Honestly, I want to credit it to me being an absolute gangster and managing my, you know, resources properly, but... That works. But I don't think that's what it is. I think that's just the way that this pack is optimized, because they did a phenomenal job by the seams of it. Like, obviously, I'm getting some hiccups, but only really slight. And coming from playing Minecraft with 2 fucking render distance and still having issues, I'm not gonna lie, I don't care. Like, oh, no thank you. No thank you. Damn, Elbozo. I'll take my copper. And 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 my copper. Oh, and some iron too. No, see, I understand it for mobile, because it ain't a full computer. I was playing on a whole ass laptop, and wasn't even really playing modded, was just playing normal basic ass vanilla, and still had to play it on 1 to 2 render distance. Like, it was crazy. Let me show you. So, I need copper for this, for wait. Yep, no, for that. For this, this. Hi, how you doing? I thought you were gonna kill me, honestly. Damn, what a homie. Yeah. They were definitely the dark ages, that's for sure. But we passed those now. We got shaders and volumetric lighting and stars. Like, I was one of those motherfuckers that if you played a music disc, my computer was going to explode on me. I heard the cicada and thought it was my speaker. Because yes, believe it or not, I'm playing this. The real ruse. My stream is actually entirely on a fridge. Oh, no thank you. Good, you must fight each other. That's not fighting each other. I am dead. Yeah. Where was this sun literally 3 minutes ago? What? I guess to be fair, I was underground, so I can't really fault the sun for not being underground. I don't know why. I've been told my voice is many things. I'm not gonna lie. Personally, I don't see it, but I'm not gonna argue with it when it's come up so frequently. Like, I sound like me. Okay. Very good to know. I mean, it can do a lot of things. I think that was just a leaf. I don't know. Alright, we're gonna do something stupid here. Alright. Stupidity survived. Let's go. Not if I stand in a campfire like a dummy. Shit, I died. Nah. This weird thing with horror mods. Like, I played the Broken Script on stream a little while ago. And after a while, I think the entity in that mod just kind of got bored of me and left me alone. Because, like, it got me a couple times in the nether. And then eventually it just kind of petered out to the point where it's like, alright, well, you're not fun anymore. I'm like, it's just not spooking like I used to. What the fuck? How did I get... Oh, I'm dumb. Right there. I've never really been interested with horror mods. Not really my cup of tea. Ooh, already found some magnetite. That'll be helpful later. Actually, wait, no. Magnetite's entirely useless. I have mechanism. Oh well. Hi! Kinda rude, don't you think? Like, I don't enjoy the super in-your-face mods. I prefer the more subtle ones. I'm assuming they are slightly. Did I set it so hard? No, it's still on normal. Yeah, I think that's just because of where I am. I'm assuming the biome is kind of fucking with it a bit. Oh, look at those god rays. God damn. It's crazy remembering the days when, right now, 50 to 60. I have VSync on and I've limited my frames to 60, so it's not going to go above it. But I'm also running this with 16 gig of RAM out of the 64 I have on my computer. Yeah, something like that. Because while my graphics card and RAM are pretty good, my CPU is kind of mid. So it gets really angry at me if I try and stream on higher resolutions. Or higher frames. I think my resolution is native. I'd make this jump, but I'm gonna fall and die. Oh yeah, no, it's gorgeous. We'll grab more copper. There should be copper tools, I think, right? God, 551 pages of recipes that require copper. So, those are what I need copper for. I was not expecting to be this many. I'm not gonna lie. I was just expecting it to be like, oh yeah, you know, just if you create things, it'll only be a few. 551 pages of 4 recipes apiece up until the last one. I know what the vast majority of the recipes are. So, there's a recipe for all 16 variants of the chest, shulker box, and backpack. Or no, backpacks might not have 16 variants. But long story short, the 4 pages apiece for copper minecart, or the chest minecart, shulker box minecart, and the chests and shulker boxes all have their own. No. They're shulker boxes in a minecart. Oh, I forgot about the barrels. So yeah. Oh, and the boats. And the boats. Can't forget about the... Okay, so there's even more than I thought. The vast majority of these is actually just the chest. Because there's 4 varieties of the barrels. All of the 4 varieties have different colors. It's to upgrade the chest. So you see how it starts with a normal barrel, but then you can upgrade it to a copper barrel? That's what you use the copper for. Oh. Damn. I'm assuming... No. No crafting table on a stick. Sad times, truly. Okay, I gotta knock it off with the copper. Oh, yeah. So you've got the normal tier, which is just bringing it into the mod's storage system. Then you've got copper, then you can bring it to iron, then you can bring it to gold, then diamond, then netherite. And those are your tiers. Yeah, Tinker's Construct is a crafting station that connects the chest. There's a crafting table on a stick. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things you can make with a crafting table on a crafting table. Oh, there's a mechanism. Holy shit, I know how to use create enchantments. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, worry about thorium. Because I don't fucking need it. Alright, I need to find iron and not mine more copper. I don't need this much copper. At least not right now, anyway. We'll need this, though. Oh, you mean you don't like the sound of howling wind through a cave? That's just the sound of the wind in the ravine. Like, I gotta give the mod pack creators props. This pack looks gorgeous. Like, obviously that's got a lot of work, done from the shaders, but like, damn. This is gonna be important later. We're gonna hold on to that point. Are there any others in the noticeable vicinity? Oh, yep. Okay, so there's no... Okay, there's no crimsite or ochrum. That's fine, because those two are close enough that I can do them all in one setup. I could. I don't really have the inventory to kill them, though. And I've got food, so I don't really need it. And sleep is for the weak. Okay, so ours is in this. Interesting. Oh. Let's put that away, because I don't need that right now. Oh, I'm getting shoosed to that. Move a little faster. Oh, there's a lot of skeletons over here. What the hell happened? You guys get incinerated over here? Ooh. Oh. Didn't want to throw that. This is a nice flat area to work with. Oh, and there's sugarcane already? And there's rice? Oh. Okay. Got my attention. Still looking for crimsite and ochrum. Not seeing any, though. That's fine. Floodplain. Oh. Weird. Turtle. Oh, there's crabs. Those pom-pom crabs? Nope. Just a little crab. Orion. Oh my god. Goated mod. Absolutely goated. I forgot I... Oh, spiders have jointed legs. I hate that. Oh, bye, Mr. Skeleton. Okay. I mean... Oh my god, there's waves. Yo! That's fucking cool! They cross. Like, it's just a little, like, pixel thing. But they come in varying sizes? Dope. Oh. Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. Fuck your magic bolt. Oh, summoning shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no thank you. No thank you. Look at him and his cronies. Look at this fucking dude. Try and get a wizard duel going, but it's not gonna end well for me. Because... Oh. He despawned. One of these dudes, they know a spell called Raise Dead. So they'll summon zombies and skeletons and shit and armor. Thank you. Thank you. I tried to tell you. You wouldn't listen. Like me some rice. I could, but it wouldn't go well. So one of their attacks do like 3+ hearts of damage. And then they can summon their cronies, which you then also have to kill. So it's just easier to avoid them for now. Eventually I can just go out and mark them. But for right now, it's a bit dangerous for me to do. Really? No lighting overlay? Interesting. Okay. Big wave. Oh, some of the particles in the sand shimmer. That's cool. I don't have a magic ability. I've got an information book. That's about it. Alright, I'm going to turn my back haphazardly to the shoreline, and nothing terrible will happen. I'm gonna plant the rice. Ooh. Ooh, wave. Put the rice away. Don't need it on me right now. Don't need that really at all. All right. Ooh, Torches of Shadow. And 1, 2, 3. We can do Yeah, that'll work. I'll put that there as a backup in case I need it. Alright. Now that it's a bright and sunny day, I suppose I should probably go hunt some sheep now that I know where I'm going to be building a base, right? Before I do, I need to go do that. Not really. I've tried playing Bedrock once or twice, and I just can't play vanilla Minecraft anymore. I know they have mods, kind of. It's not nearly as robust as it is with Java. So I don't typically play Bedrock very often, if at all. Ooh, tomatoes. Plus, I've just been playing Java for so long that it's just not really in my wheelhouse to play Bedrock. Ooh, blood. I might be able to do something with that. Alright, come here. Need... Ah, one more white sheep. Ah, many more white sheep. Very good. The fuck? Huh? I don't think I've ever seen that mod before. Hmm. Honestly, I think the modding community between, like, games like Skyrim and Minecraft are the biggest things keeping them alive. Because I don't think Minecraft would be nearly as big as it is if it wasn't for modded. Like, don't get me wrong, the roots they gave Minecraft are great, but, like, you can't get this in vanilla. Spawn point set. Very good. Let's go do some mining. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, like this is the issue that anyone who plays modded runs into, is you can try and keep it vanilla, like vanilla plus as much as you want to. There will come a time where eventually you're not going to be able to go back. Whether it's like little details like, oh, the leaves, they don't fall from the trees, or oh, the shadows are a thing, or oh, the god rays, or oh, the water moves in a weird way, or, you know, vein miner. Like, there is a mod specifically designed to allow you to attack entities through grass. Like, that's how specific the modding community is. Like, if there's something they want, they will make it. Oh, it's deep down here. That's fucking cool. I've never seen one of these happen before. Fuck it, let's go down. Take a peek. Like, you can't get scenery like this in vanilla Minecraft. You just can't. Like, this is just a desktop, like an active desktop background. Here, hold on. Let me. Bro, it's fucking night and day. Wow. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Minecraft, but the game that the modding community has made it is so much better than what Mojang ever really envisioned for it. Like, goddamn, dude. Like, we got vertical slabs and modded before we even got any sort of consideration from it in vanilla. And some of the terrain generation you can get from modded, oh, God, it's amazing. I went on a mining trip and didn't even bother to go mining. I got caught up in a fucking cave looking at the fucking visuals. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't think I'll ever really forget the roots that I had with that really shitty laptop that I do still have. Like, I still have that laptop. I don't know that it still runs, but I do still own it. Like, it was like I need to pause for a second because I need to express just how long I had this laptop. So, mind you, I'm 25 now, which feels really fucking weird to say, but bear with me for a second. I had this. I have had this laptop. I have to change how I say it because I'm trying not to say it past tense because I do still have it. I have had this laptop since I was 9 or 10. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, no, I've had this laptop for about 9 or 10 years. Or no, 15. Oh my god. Oh, oh my god. I don't math well. Long story short, I've had this laptop for damn nearly 2 decades. And it's the bottom front panel of the screen snapped and fell off. So like the very bottom is now just exposed metal and the bottom of the screen with the two screws holding it in place. I had to find a substitute screw to keep it screwed in place. And kept using it. Now, mind you, I used this laptop for 10, 15 years, like 10, 15 years, 10, 10, on probably the worst conditions for it. This thing had 8 gigs of RAM, integrated graphics, all that. I made that shit work. So, to give you an idea of what I was doing with it, I was playing using 6 gigs of RAM of the 8. I would play things like, fuck, what was one? I played Hexit 2 on it. I played old school Tekkit on it. I played what else? What else? What else? Like I ran shit on that laptop. Like I became intimately familiar with the the whole layout of Windows 7 to optimize as much as I could to get at least 2 or 3 more frames. Like those were some wild times. Yeah, no. This is going to sound like a downgrade. So, after a while, when I graduated high school, my graduation present to myself was I went to the school's computer scrap pile because I was in the computer tech program at the time, and like I had worked with computers basically the whole time. So I'm like, you know what? I know what I'm doing. I want to put something together for myself that's at least a little bit more manageable. So I did. I put together a Dell Optiplex 80 or 870. And if you don't know what those fucking things are, those are the fucking old ass computers that your school has had for years. Not even. So let me see if I can find an image of this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I need to find this. Because if you don't know, you need to know. Hold on. Uh, it was the 870. No, it was. I think it might have been the 860. I can't even find images of it. That's how old it is. Oh my god. Oh wait, wait, wait. Hang on. I might have found it. No, that's not it either. Fuck. Would have been. I don't even know when it was made. Like this thing was fucking old, old. Why am I just unable to find images of it? No, I need. Fuck. No, I don't think I'm gonna be able to find anything of it. Wait, wait. Does this have it? It might. The mini tower. Okay. Oh my god, I think I found it. No, 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 no. I don't think you understand. Yup, I found it. I fucking found it. Hold on, hold on. So let me download this image real quick. Actually, no, I don't even need to. Fuck it. We'll use it. We'll use it because. All right. Let me grab sources, media file, new source. Should be here, but it's not. I'm kind of upset by that. Why are you not? You know what? Whatever. It's not worth it. Long story short, Um, look up the Dell Optiplex. I think it's a 780 Ti. If you have no idea what they are, you'll immediately recognize them. If you're from an older school or a lower budget school, you'll immediately recognize them because they were in every single fucking classroom, and everyone had problems with them. I fucking refitted that thing to run everything I can get my hands on. I ran fucking Genshin Impact on it. I ran... What else did I run on it? Obviously I ran Hollow Knight on it. I streamed on that computer. I mean, yeah. At the time, yeah. I still haven't gone mining. I've been so wrapped up in this story that I haven't even gone mining yet. But no, like I spent fucking like literal weeks sorting through parts trying to find things that I needed / wanted. I scrounged up whatever RAM I could out of that pile. Like it was a whole thing. Ooh, okra. I don't need that right now though. Like I made sure that that thing was as close to the specs as I could get it that I wanted. I knew obviously that it wasn't going to be good because it's, you know, a mishmash, kit bash piece of parts. But like, still, I made that thing fucking work, and goddamn did it. What's going on? Actually, you know what? There's probably some resources over there. Okay. Assembling it didn't take very long, because it was just putting pieces in and out, plug and play style. What is happening? You know what? There's coal here, so you know what? We'll work with it. Yeah, it was just a lot of plug and play stuff because it was basically coming from the same computers anyway, so I knew they fit. So there wasn't really any worry about it not being compatible or not fitting. It was just a matter of getting the pieces that I needed. I think I started it... Probably would have been about 3/4 of the way through the year, and I think I was pretty much done with it by the time I graduated. Because, like, any opportunity I got to go down and pick through the pile, I did. And mind you, I was a fucking senior in high school who had already completed most of his classes and was just kind of chilling around, not really doing a whole lot, so... The teachers were more than happy to fucking send me off for a little bit. More or less, yeah. I'd like to eventually, you know, grow it into something, but I'm not going to be, you know, the over-the-top beast streamer kind of deal where it's like everything has to be, you know, super flashy and like really hyper-energetic. Like I don't like that kind of style. It doesn't mesh well with me, and trying to force myself to do something like that just isn't going to work. Like I can't turn around and be like, oh my god, that was the craziest thing ever. Oh, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. I can't move in this. No thank you, no thank you. Okay. Pretty much. Like, if you watch the Mario Kart VODs or even just the clips, I can obviously be high energy. but it's just not something that I do very often. Right now, no. I got fired from my last one because I didn't fit company energy. Go figure, right? No. I promise you I don't need sleep. I fucking used my torches, god damn it. Aw, and I can't use the quick craft for sticks. Damn you. Yeah, no. Like I don't need really that much sleep. Funny thing is I really only had 2 cups of coffee today. One of them in the morning and one just now. Speaking of which, fuck them out. I just enjoy the fuck out of the coffee that I make. Oh. I don't know. Can you be used for anything? Okay. Interesting. Pale gold amulet. Why is that important? Huh. Security craft is a thing. Wider ender chests. Oh. Okay. Can deflect a hit once a minute. Interesting. Right now, 1:14 in the morning. You know, usually I stream noon and midnight, but I woke up at 4 p.m. today, so I didn't stream at noon, obviously. I don't think I'm going to find anything up there. Not really worth going up all that way. You know, it's just coal. Yep. I went to bed at like 6 a.m., so... Oh. It's not like I didn't get 8 hours. Well, I've got coal. At least I can go back, make some iron armor, and come do some more mining. Well, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Sure am. Yeah, no, my sleeping schedule is kind of fucked up. Neat. And you telling me I need sleep? Ooh. Get to start a winery. That'll be neat. Okay. Skeletons left me alone. Expand my influence of light. And then sleep. Actually, I need not sleep because it is becoming daytime. Let me eat a bit before I engage in combat. Oh, I hate your movement. Ah. Are they the ones that... Oh no, I hope not. Oh, we got a second one. Alright. Alright. Right now I think it's 3. 2. Technically 3, but 2. Can I... No. Unfortunate. I don't want to do the whole 5. I have it. I just didn't have the coal for it. Oh, there we go. Need zinc. You know what? That should be enough. I mean, it kind of just depends. Minecraft is the one that usually tends to come back and stick around for a little while. I did just recently play through a game called The Messenger on New Game Plus. I occasionally do just like random 16 stars of Mario 64. I played through all of the 200cc Grand Prix in Mario Kart 8. Really just anything. Kind of just whatever I feel like. Not usually. Because a lot of the time, it's just a thing where streaming can end up with drama. And it's just easier not to involve people in it if they don't want to be. And rather than being like, oh, well, you know, we were at one point, but then we're not. It's just easier to start out with not doing it. Saves me the hassle of people being like, oh, are they not friends anymore? Well, what happened behind the scenes? And then, like, the whole thing. It's just not worth the headache. Oh, goodbye, pickaxe. Like, I definitely still play with the boys. It's just I won't stream it. It's also just like a thing for me where it feels weird to broadcast relationships. Yeah. It's like I'm playing through Stranded Deep with a friend of mine. Stranded Deep's fun. It is a bit of a pain in the ass trying to manage all the resources and stuff, but it's a good looking game. I'll give them that. This. That way I'm not smashing my head on the way down or up. I wasn't before, but this will at least guarantee that I won't. Plus, I mean, you can. Like, typically, I don't recommend doing over-the-top laptops or computers, just because most of the time you're not really going to use the power for it. Like, say for example you get yourself, I don't know, 128 gigs of RAM and, you know, the latest and greatest in CPU and graphics card. Yep. You're not really gonna be doing a whole lot unless you're rendering things. So a lot of your computer's power is gonna end up unused. Which means you're more or less kind of just wasting money. It's like my computer, the one that I'm currently playing on, its price range was about $800. Like, it's not the best, but it certainly does everything that I need it to and more. Any food on me, so this is gonna be a bit of a risky play. But wait, hold on. I have sand. Ooh. Yeah, that's no good. Okay, good. I appreciate you, Mr. Spider, for not being the one that I thought you were gonna be. Hmm. Man, there's so many. I'm gonna wait here. Actually, hold on. Oh. Hmm? Okay. Yeah, no, like it. If you're not looking for like the top of the line, which I really don't recommend. Not particularly. Like, I do sometimes, but not, like, for any, like, real reason. Right, I came up for food. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot I made the armor. That's not armor. I will need that later anyway, so leave it as is. And food. What do you mean? Oh, wow. It's not just a black wave anymore. Nice. I mean, like, I guess it depends on the song that I'm singing. Because I'm definitely more in the baritone levels. Because, you know, it sits down here. But generally speaking, it's nothing impressive. The spider jog you die? Yeah, they died or despawned. I don't know which one. Personally, I don't really care. I mean, typically it's things like New Jabez, MF Doom. Oh, there's some zinc. Sweet. Longest Johns. A couple Irish. There's folk guys in there as well. Grab a cobblestone so I can finish off the stairs so it's not sand anymore. But nah, generally it's not too many melodic stuff. I got my hopes up for a moment there, I'm not gonna lie. I saw all the tough and I'm like, oh, there's a big iron vein there. No. It's the decorative one. I'd play music on stream, but I've been having issues with YouTube copyright where it's like, oh my god, look all these songs you have that aren't, you know, non-copyright sound. You should, perish. Yeah, that's unfortunately usually how it goes. It only takes one to ruin it for everyone. Oh, I need that torch. Oh. Really? That's not trapped? Alright, sure. Ah. Damn it. Oh shit, bamboo! Let's go! Damn it! I don't need antique ink. I'd like more torches, but yeah, they typically don't. Go ahead and throw that down there, just for now. Oh yeah, loads. I still fairly regularly play a game called Brawlhalla. I've sank 1,500 hours into it. Yep, sure is. I'm not about to tell you you're wrong. Like, I'm not. This shit's awful. But I can't just magically switch to a new game. No. See, I don't mind the really wild, sweaty people. Because at least you can say, shit, I got outplayed. Nah, the motherfuckers that bother me are the ones that sandbag and spam. Them motherfuckers bother me. Like, you can very clearly tell that they have enough skill to be playing decently, but they choose to play like that. Like, y'all couldn't have chosen a worse way to be ass. Like, I'm gonna be real. And then they get mad at you because they won. It's like, homie. What? Okay, that's cool. That's really cool. You know, usually if I'm having a game like that, I'll intentionally do stupid shit just to see if I can get it to work. It's like, I know I'm going down anyway. We're gonna see if we can do some stupid shit and find out. Because I've definitely had many games like that where I should not have won, but did anyway through some stupid shit I did. And you know on the other side, they're just fuming. Alright, now I need cogs. I'd believe it. This might be a little too fast for it, but we'll find out real quick. But yeah, no, like I've played too much modded Minecraft to be able to stop myself from playing it. Yep. Still got plenty more andesite, which is phenomenal. I can make one more piece of andesite alloy. There we go. Oh shit, I don't have gold. Damn it. Okay, good. And we'll do that. Turn those into torches. Everything else can go into here for now. No, I don't have enough to be able to do... Oh, no, I might. Oh, no, I've got plenty. Okay, never mind. So... Oh. Really? Alright, sweet. Sounds good to me. Andesite alloy, casing, and a cog. Thank you. Now, does this do what I want it to do? Oh, this is draining my skin. Oh no, that's just me running. Okay. Oh. Not quite, but it does hit pretty good. You think I can afford college? Nope. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, to give you an idea, college here can be anywhere from relatively expensive to, if you're going to a really good school, 20, 30, 40, $50,000 a year for upwards of 4 to, depending on what you're going for, 12 years. Yeah. Yeah, no. Like, colleges literally ran on the whole you need to go to college to get a good job thing. And basically locked everyone else out. Like, no, they ran on the high-end market, and that's all they are going for. Like, they do not care if you are, you know, in a position where it's like, oh wow, you have all these good no, they really don't care. If you know people, you will get in. If you have money, you will get it. Yeah, no. So like if you're an intelligent kid who spent their life applying themselves and doing this, that, and the other thing, you might qualify for a grant or two that might give you a bit of an edge and, you know, get your foot in the door. If you're like me, who was not that at all, ever, at any point in time during their entire high school career, despite everyone saying, oh, well, if you don't do this, you're not gonna get it. I didn't fucking care. I didn't. And I don't regret it, because I hate classroom settings. I hate the whole, oh, you need to be doing this, this, and this, and ensure that you have it in on this date. And like, no, fuck that. I wasn't going to pay exorbitant fees for something that I didn't want to do. It's not worth it. So I didn't go. Is that going to come back and bite me in the ass? Yeah, probably. Do I care? No. 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 The thing about school that I noticed well into me being in like junior and senior year, I fucking hate the environment. And everyone's always like, oh, well, it'll be different. It'll be different. No, you're misunderstanding the core point of why I don't like being here. It's the whole aspect of being sat down and basically just having everything explained to you while not doing anything. I have no problems with sitting down and doing things, obviously. I stream twice a day sometimes, but more often than not, pretty frequently. So it's not like I have an issue with that. Why am I going this way? The kid's over there. And it's not an issue where, oh, well, I don't like learning things. I fucking love learning things. That's not an issue at all. I just fucking hate the environment. Like, so, the entirety of my high school career, right? I was basically just kind of, yeah. That shit bugs the hell out of me specifically. But no, like I fucking hate dog and pony shows, which it's an allegory for basically just trying to fit in and like meeting people, knowing people, you know, looking pretty for cameras, X, Y, and Z. I fucking hate that shit. Like, even more than I hate the general environment of a school, because it always feels like a fucking prison to me. But the whole, you need to be friends with this person in order to be in this group, in order to not be treated in, like, X way. Like, I don't fucking care. I really don't. And I hate it even more in the... Why are you making me lag so much? What is happening? why did they make me like so much? What? But, like, I hate trying to appeal to people that I don't know or care about. Oh no, I can't. I was basically, well, I'm in my hometown. I was basically my school's Jesus. Like, I have long hair, I've got a beard. It is what it is. Every school has a kid that looks vaguely like Jesus, and they earn the title of Jesus in the school. That just is that is how it is in the U.S. But it's just like everyone knew me. Like, I grew up in a small town, so everyone knew everyone. I just didn't care enough to really try and ingratiate myself with anyone, because it just didn't really seem worth it. Like, I had friends. I have a group of people that I enjoy talking to and hanging out with. I wasn't like a total outcast, but I just didn't care. Like, I wasn't gonna go through the whole rigmarole of being like, oh, I'm friends with Stacy, and you know, she's friends with, you know, Tyler, and they're in this group, and it's great, and we're all friends, and they hate this other group, so I hate them too. Like, no. Yeah, no, because of the school that I grew up in, I definitely was a contender for school shooter. Like, I won't deny it. Like, I had and still do have kind of a shitty attitude. I'm gonna have to be careful about that when I'm building. But, like, generally I don't enjoy talking to people. It's just not my thing. Like, I will if I have to, but more often than not, I don't enjoy filtering myself. I don't enjoy, you know, monitoring my language. Jesus fucking Christ, why did that scare the fuck out of me so much? Perish. Oh my god, I don't know why that got me so bad. Here I am just casually going about my life, and they got some skeleton coming up behind me and blasting me in the back of the head. God damn. Like, I don't even have headphones on, and that got me. But no, I get... What's in that geode? Probably amethyst. Wait, is that a geode? No, it's a geode. Okay. But yeah, like, I was definitely... Oh, I don't know if I qualified as antisocial. Because, like, I definitely talked to people. And it wasn't like a thing that I was overly annoyed by and rejected. Like, I didn't mind talking to people. I just don't like being the one that starts conversations. Which is a bit of a really weird distinction to have to make, but it just kind of is how it is. That's like, at my other job, the one that I ended up getting fired from, I had to know 3 people above me in the chain of command to get any sort of raise. Now, mind you, I had been there for over a year. Ah, you dick. So I was like, oh, surely I'll get something for being here for so long, right? Nope. Nothing. Like, and mind you, everyone else is starting at a higher pay than I am. So I had to leverage my knowledge of the two managers above me to get essentially what they were getting at start. Like, I fucking hate that shit, dude. Oh, you guys have really high standards, don't you? Or at least, like, workplace standards, right? I know parents can be pretty strict over there, too. Yeah. That's just parents, though. They want you to do well and, you know, have all these great things. Right, I need diamonds. Yeah, no. My mother would try and be like, "Oh, make sure you get good grades." No. I was that kid in class who never did homework. The moment I heard that homework was 10% of my grade, I was done. I wasn't doing it. Like, I fucking blocked out. Oh. Oh, there's a big cave coming up. I swear to God, if I enter this cave and there's a fucking ancient city down there, I'm gonna be pissed. So, context. I have this pretty awful luck of just randomly going down into a cave or a mine and just appearing in an ancient city. That's crazy. Yeah, no, my mother was definitely never like that. Ooh, we got redstone right there. Sweet. Oh shit. Back up. Oh, I'm on weird terrain. I'm on weird terrain. I can't strafe tech. I can't strafe tech. Ow. He's got shots. But I've got an axe. Oh, I've got the low ground. Oh, I give up the high ground willingly. Never mind, we're good. Yeah. I got a different kind of that. You got the very emotionally despondent mother. Oh, I'm glad I could help. You know, don't mind the horrifying cave ambience. Oh, hey, diamonds. Son of a bitch. A single diamond. Hi. What, you gonna drop your hat? Oh, I love that hat. They didn't drop their hat. Damn it. I don't remember what lithium's used for. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. No, 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 no. Nope. Nope. We're dipping. We're dipping. Just gonna dip on out of there, because that is a very dangerous situation. And I still don't have any food. You know, that's on me. That is, in fact, on me. I, definitely done fucked up there. Hi, Mr. Bat. I'm running out of torches, too. Alright, fuck it. We'll go back up to the surface, then. I'll start a farm. Now that I've got a bit more iron to be able to make buckets with. Unlike the fact that I already have a bucket in my inventory. I don't know why. And just you saying that immediately made me think of the one scene from SpongeBob when I don't remember if it was SpongeBob or Patrick that was dressed as Santa, and Squidward was like, "Don't you guys know I'm claustrophobic?" Like, oh my god, that means he's afraid of Santa. Ho ho ho! Stop it, Patrick! You're scaring him. Just imagining that scene. But it's just, you're afraid of sound, so it's just like, I have sonophobia. He's afraid of sounds. And it's just white noise. I forget specifically what one. It was one of the older ones, that's for sure. You know what? Throw test? Okay, no. Normal throwing. Oh no, white noise. Yeah, no, like yeah. I feel that. Unfortunately, I'm also the kind of person that just... I don't know how to describe it. The best way I can describe it, though, is I've just got, like, a second person in my head. Like, either talking or just, like, making noises slash screaming slash whatever the fuck. And it's always there. I don't know specifically what it is. I don't know, like, the whole thing behind it or what, but again, he just there. He's just a little guy in my head, and it's just a thing that I've lived. Blasted the fuck out of my springs, and I know for a fact that shit just sends straight through the arm of the microphone. I don't really have one. I guess the closest approximation that I would be Christian. But I don't know that I really fall under any of the specific, like, branches of Christianity. A little bit more, I decided, oh, wait. the smoke hog. I've been playing Create way too much. I don't like the fact that I know the recipes mostly by heart now. It's kind of terrifying, actually. Yeah, and there's the mixer. Mine doesn't quite do that. Mine does like a weird thing where I'll say words and then it'll go through and like spell them out. I don't know why. And like it's really weird because I'm someone who for a little while smoked weed. And like generally nothing really happened, but I remember one time in particular where I was me and my roommate, we were on our way back from a dispensary run. And I forget specifically what it was, but I took a couple hits of the pen, and I was just kind of chilling out in the car, you know, vibing out, doing whatever until we got home. But I just remember sitting in the car, like, watching myself in a debate with myself from a third person, but also knowing that it was me watching me and me. Like, it was a whole thing. I don't know what they were talking about, which is a little weird, but I just kind of rolled with it. And, like, I just remember both of them nodding and then turning to look at me, and, like, I somehow knew all at once what they were talking about. I'm like, yeah, no, that makes sense. I still, to this day, don't know what the fuck they were talking about. Ghosts. Sort of. It's a little hard to describe because I've definitely had times where some fairly unexplainable phenomena has happened. And like I just didn't have any reason or explanation for it. But I've definitely had a fair few times where it's happened. Not enough to be the point where I'm like, oh my god, ghosts are absolutely real and there's nothing that can sway my belief. Like, if someone came out and said like, oh yeah, no, all these things that we've been detecting of like EMFs and shit, you know, that's entirely made up. See, I can understand that, but part of me with things like that in particular is how much of that is spirits and how much of that is you unintentionally scratching yourself a little too hard because like you see dust particulates and stuff on like just around you and you're like, oh man, I'm getting really itchy. So you like unconsciously itch yourself and like itch yourself a little too hard and don't remember it because you're focused on other things. And then when you leave, you're like, oh my god, look at all these scratches, whoa. Like, I do believe that people leave something behind. What it is, I don't know. Because there have definitely been times where, and I had this most recently with, when my mother passed. I didn't like her as a person, but I loved her as a mother because that just is what it is. Like, there's not really much you can do when it comes to family. But a few days beforehand, I remember specifically getting like a really vivid memory and just kind of being overwhelmed with emotion. I couldn't explain why. I couldn't really like place where it was coming from. And then a few days later I found out, and it just kind of made sense. Like it was a weird situation that I can't fully explain or put together in really any reasonable way, but like I knew. And when it happened, it wasn't like super surprising. Like the life she was leading, it was going to happen eventually. Like it wasn't really anything like, oh, you know, she passed of old age or whatever. Like it was, you know, an issue that she had, like a medical complication, and, you know, an issue, a result of the life she was leading. Like, I'm not, it is what it is. But, like, I just remember laying in bed and being like, damn, I don't know what just happened, but fuck, dude. Indifferent. Like, I moved out when I think I was 19 at the time. Like, I'd already gone ahead and graduated school. I wasn't really in a job at the time. It wasn't really anything. Like, at that point, because my relationship with my family is a little complicated. Like, because of her, I don't really talk to my family all that often. I don't really have any close ties to anyone in my immediate family. Like, I don't know very many people on my dad's side of the family. Like, every time he called, he'll bring up, like, stories about all these people, and it's like, you know them, right? I'm like, no. I haven't talked to them in I don't know how long, so at that point my brain's just like, okay, this person is just, they don't need to be brain space. And, like, I don't really have any real reason to keep them in mind because I don't talk to them. And maybe that's cruel, but that's just how my brain works. Like, if I don't talk to people, they kind of just leave my brain space. It just is how it is. I totally forgot I came up to get food. Wild. Absolutely wild. But no, like, it's just one of those things where maybe it's cold. I this sugar cane. No. I don't know what mod does that, but that is goated. Ooh. Grapes go down quick. Do I have any dirt? No. I feel that. Like, I've definitely had situations like that where, like, even when I'm streaming... Speaking of which, let me turn my lights on. There we go. Where, like... That might be, but I've definitely had times where, like, I'll be sitting here streaming, and if I stare at the screen a little too long, there'll be like a black dot I'll notice off on the right side. And mentally, for whatever reason, my mind associates that with a bug. I don't know why. Because there's nothing there. And I know there's nothing there. But it'll just happen. Okay. They're growing some grapes. Damn. Okay. Got some food. Should probably wait for that to grow a little bit. Can I make jerky at all? Or is that not on the card? A version. The fuck is a version? Stew of the damned. Well, damn. Oh my god, thank you for reminding me about Aerial Faith. Pretty much. Like, that's part of the reason why I've expressed this on stream, where I try and focus on, like, ironing out my thoughts more specifically than trying to be this, like perfect person that everyone wants me to be. Like, realistically, you can't really be anybody unless you are yourself. Otherwise, you're just nobody. And that'll fuck with you so much more than anything else will. Because realistically, if you have no fallback, then you got nothing. I'd love to. Like, I'd love to be a father, have a family, all that, but like, it's just, it ain't in the cards for me right now. Like, I've got a whole bunch of financial things that I want to get sorted before I really try and get everything settled. And maybe that's like a stupid thing to think about, but it's like, I do want to try and figure out myself first. Because I think going into a relationship in a way that doesn't really benefit both parties doesn't sound right to me. Like, it doesn't feel right, I guess is the best way to describe it. Because I've been in a couple relationships where I've kind of just been abandoned / ignored, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone because it fucking sucks. Like, it's an awful feeling. Because you go through, your day-to-day life, and like, you come home and you're like, all right, I'm gonna sit down, spend some time with the missus and, just, relax. And then there's just nothing. Like, I wouldn't. No. Yeah, I get why she says that. Maybe 30's a bit extreme. But I do understand why she says that, because dating does make you kind of reckless. Especially when you're a younger guy and you're like, oh, I'm going to show off, I'm going to be really cool, and, it'll be great. And more often than not, from what I understand, and this isn't concrete, nor am I going to be, stating this as a general thing, but from what I've noticed, younger girls tend to like more reckless guys, and that can oftentimes be dangerous from both parties. I have no torches. Why am I doing this? So I can understand why your mom emphasizes ruining your life with dating. Because oftentimes you can kind of change yourself and try and force yourself to be someone that your partner wants in order to try and win them over. Which fucks with you in a lot of ways, because then you're like, oh, well, I gotta be this person for them, and then you lose sight of yourself. Personally, I don't know what I have. I'm sure I've got something. I don't know what it is. It could be something minor, or it could be something that I should have been treated for years ago. But I've been... Yeah, no, I feel. Like, I'm a similar way. When I'll definitely have, like, these stints where I'm just really tired, really lethargic, I really don't want to do anything. And those are signs of depression. They're not necessarily like symptoms or indicators of, but they are at least signs of it, that it might be a thing, from what I've heard. And I'm not a doctor or a psychiatrist, so don't take my word to be like the law. But from what I've heard, it is an indicator. Don't I feel that? Like, I spend my... I guess I have to say early 20s because I'm in my mid 20s. I spent my early 20s just kind of in a really meh state. Like, I didn't really feel like I was doing anything or like setting anything up for myself, and it sucked. I hated it. And it just kind of didn't help that I was in a workplace where I was forced to basically be a different person when I want. Like, I will tell this story every time I get the opportunity to. I was working one day, and mind you, I work in retail and basically always have. But one day I went in for work. I had a really shit day. I couldn't explain what specifically it was, but I just had a lot of things on my mind, and I was not in a good mood. And I got brought into my manager's office. I'm like, hey, well, what's going on? And I went through the whole rigmarole of, explaining, like, what all I was dealing with and why I wasn't, being as productive as I could be. And they're like, all right, well, retail is essentially like a sales associate. Basically, you're run-of-the-mill grunt in the store that will go out, do things, do stocking, tend to customers, this, that, and the other thing. Man, let's go make another cup of coffee. My throat is getting parched. But it's generally just like the store grunt. But like, I got pulled into my assistant manager's office and like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, I wish I could give you a concrete explanation. And I remember this so vividly of him turning around and being like, all right, well, I'm sorry such and such is happening and all that and whatever the fuck. But, whoever you are outside needs to be left at the door. And when you come in, you need to be, productive. And it's like, wow. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks. I'm so glad I can feel like I'm a human here instead of just, a fucking computer for you to program and have run around the store all day. And like, it's honestly cemented my expectation on what managers are looking for, and it hasn't been proven wrong yet in the stores that I've been in. Oh no, I couldn't at the time. I needed to pay rent. Like, see, that's the thing about the US, is that there's not many options in walking distance. And like, even still, like, I need a job, but there's nothing around me that I can get to. Like, there's just nothing. So if you find a job, you're basically stuck there. Like, it doesn't matter how shit the job is. If they're paying you money, you have to be there. Like, we don't really get the ability to turn around and be like, damn, I'm having an awful time here, I'm gonna leave. Like, that's just how it is. And maybe it's like that everywhere, but it's certainly like that here. And like, you'll have companies that, you know, they're like, oh, you know, you guys are like family to us. Meanwhile, they're filming their training videos from a fucking yacht. Real story, by the way. See, on the one hand, I can understand that. On the other hand, I need food. On the other hand, yeah, no, like, it's honestly vital to being happy. Like, money can't buy you happiness, but it'll certainly get you fucking close to staying happy, is the way that I see it. Because I've generally grown up in, I guess the best place to describe it would be like lower middle class, if even middle class. Like, I spent the vast majority of my childhood in a 750 square foot apartment on the second floor of a building with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in it. And that was my entire childhood. Like, it wasn't really a place to live for that many people. But I lived there. And generally speaking, like, it was fine. Like, it wasn't a particularly run-down place. There were definitely a few times where people got busted for selling drugs out of their apartment, but, like, that's just kind of how things are with lower-end places. That's gonna happen eventually. That shit's dope. I'd love to be able to build my own house someday. Unfortunately, shit's expensive these days. Buying land is expensive, buying materials is expensive, buying people to do the job right is expensive. I need to find diamonds. And I missed iron back there. Oh, hey, zinc. You grab the iron first. That way I know for certain, even though I know I do, I know for certain I have enough to replace the pickaxe. Yeah. Yeah. drugs is definitely that high risk, high reward option. Or I guess the more accurate term would be moderate gains for extreme risk. Yeah, I suppose. Because you can get affiliated with some people that you maybe necessarily didn't want to and get roped into things that are well beyond your pay grade. Where was that cave I was in earlier? I know there's a connection point down below, down a waterfall. I think it's down here. Hello, Mr. Skeleton. Haha, you shot yourself in an arrow like a dummy. I don't drink super regularly. Like, I'll have a drink every once in a blue moon. It also just comes down to I haven't really found a drink I really enjoy. Why are there so many cave zombies? Hello? I thought that was diamonds for a second there. Neat. Oh, there's a baby one. Oh, lovely. Not tobacco. I smoked, cannabis or weed for a while. I stopped... Oh, hi, Mr. Goblin Guy. How you doing, buddy? But I stopped smoking that after a little while just because it was kind of fucking with me. And, like, I wasn't really getting the same effect as I was previously without, you know, smoking a massive amount, so I just stopped. It is in some places. Where I'm at, it's legal medicinally, but not recreationally. At least I don't think. They've been debating it in the state house for like a while, but never really decided on anything. Kind of just stayed where it's at. But no, generally in the US, it's legal medicinally pretty much everywhere. Recreationally, it's legal in like Canada, or not, what am I saying? Canada. In California and a few other states. Never mind the fact that I was a shitty brat teenager who was smoking it when I was 18, but that's besides the point. Hello there. Oh, hi. The fucking blasted down the hallway at me. Damn. There's more. Why is there more? Yeah. Ooh, I can get hunger from that. Sweet. I should probably be looking for andesite. Oh, you don't take knockback unless you're jumping. Yeah, you can get... Well, you could for a while get a permit for smoking, which is kind of like a pretty mid-of-the-road, like, explanation of like, oh, I've got a headache. Because you can get it for chronic headaches. But generally speaking, there is some level of oversight that is done to be like, hey, are you, abusing substances and selling it, wherever? Like, there is some of that, but it's not massive amounts just because we generally have an idea of what weed does, so it's not like, monitoring heroin or something. Oh, lovely. Oh, 5. Okay, okay. I like that. Oh. These mantas or stingrays? Manta rays. Okay. I wanted to be an architect. For a while as a kid, I would draw like rough floor plans for houses and shit that I wanted to be that I wanted to make when I grew up. That died pretty quick thanks to a pretty shit teacher. Like, the information he gave was good, but he was just really shit at presenting it. Because he just kind of droned without really explaining anything. You were just kind of left to do it on your own. Which wasn't great. Torch. Kind of just ended up leading me to... Oh, well, I don't think I'm getting out of here very quickly. Ah, son of a bitch. Yeah. No, this teacher was just kind of... They just didn't do a good job at explaining things. They were an older guy. God, I think he was in his 60s or 70s and basically was just like a career civil engineer. I forget specifically what the story was of like why he ended up coming to teach at the school that he did. And it's... No, I don't have the patience for people. Like, it just doesn't... I don't really have that sort of patience for it. Like, it's one thing to be explaining something that I'm fairly knowledgeable on, but it's another thing to have to present information that's, written down, tried, true, tested, this, that, and the other thing, and is like making sure it's factually accurate, making sure it's interesting, and all that. Like, I can't do that. Plus, I tend to have a bit of like a hairline trigger when it comes to like things bothering me. And as much as I might sound like a fatherly figure, which you're not the first person to say that I look/sound like a dad. I had somebody wish me happy Father's Day while I was at work one time, which was a little weird, but like I wasn't gonna say no or correct them on it. But I just don't like dealing with kids. And I can't necessarily say I don't like dealing with other people's kids, because I don't know how I'm going to be with mine. Oh, a little bit, yeah. Because, like, I'd love to be a father someday. But I'm not right now, so it's just one of those things where like, oh, good to know I look like one already. We need 7. Alright, so that'll make me 63 more andesite alloy. And I guess I can start doing some create stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. 90% of my English teachers. So, the best way I can describe it is anytime I didn't do my homework, they would try and emotionally gaslight me into feeling bad about not doing it so I would do the next one. This is, mind you, off of repeated experiences, so maybe it's not entirely true, but this is certainly what it fucking felt like. Mind you, remember what I said about how I don't do my homework once I learn that it's 10% of my grade? My English teachers fucking hated that about me. Except for one. He was chill. He understood what was up. But, long story short, anytime I had a teacher, most of them were female, but that's not the reason why I dislike them. Long story short, anytime I didn't do my homework, they would specifically linger on me and ask me if I had done my homework. Like, it became a whole conversation in the middle of collecting homework why I didn't do my homework. That shit pissed me off. Every single time it happened. Like, I could be having an okay day. I get into that class and immediately be instantly upset. Just because it's like, oh, well, I didn't do my homework, so I get to sit here and deal with, you didn't do your homework? No, I didn't do my homework. Why didn't you do your homework? I didn't want to. Well, why didn't you do your homework then? Because I didn't fucking want to. Like, it was to the point where any time homework came around, I just pretended to be asleep. Like, I got to one class where homework was relatively important, but I still didn't do it because I didn't fucking care to do homework. Like, if I could do it in class, I'd do it in class. Sure. I didn't do it at home. Like, I specifically I very specifically kept homework and school, like home and school, separate. I wanted nothing to do with them being together. And, like, I just did not want it to mesh at all. I thought about it a few times, I won't lie. But, like, there was also that second part of me that's like, yeah, but if you do that, you're then gonna have to explain why you didn't do your homework to the principal, and then deal with them longer when you eventually get fucking detention or whatever, and it's just not worth dealing with them. So I just kind of sat through it every time and just dealt with it. Diamond pickaxe. Is there an obsidian pickaxe? There's a refined obsidian pickaxe. But no, like, I'm not. No, as much as I hate school, school is important. They don't teach you super valuable things, but a lot of the subjective things that they teach you are helpful, like not being a dick in public and keeping, like, a level of hygiene that's socially acceptable. Like, obviously, if you're a neat freak, you got it tough. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. If you're a neat freak, you got it tough. Like, that just is what it is. They can try. They can fucking try. Like, yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the market, but unfortunately, because of where I am and not having a car, I have very little options in actually finding one. Like, it's one of those situations, because the state that I live in is a really rural focused state. So a lot of things are, even in your, like, if you're in a city, generally things are pretty spread out. Unless you're in, like, a bigger city, then, you know, you've got a bit more in there. But a lot of the time, cities are kind of just like businesses, more or less. There's some residential stuff, but there's not really a whole lot. So, typically, you know, unless you're in close proximity to a whole bunch of things, there's not really a whole lot going on. And I'm unfortunately in one of those, like, weirder sections of cities where there's, like, a smaller part. So there's not really a lot to start with, but there's also a whole bunch of residential stuff around, so there's a whole bunch of people to fill in those jobs. I don't fucking know. If she did, there's not going to be much on it. I have 2 older sisters. They're definitely the prize children of the family. Like, my oldest sister has, you know, she's got... Why does the skeleton get such a dope-ass card? What the hell? He's got pauldrons and everything? That's dope. But no, like, I'm definitely the black sheep of the family. No. No, I do my best not to. Because I know the strain that can cause. Because they're well off enough to be able to support themselves and, you know, buy things that they want. But, like, I don't want to be a burden. Like, that's the biggest thing that I hate. Is feeling like a burden. And it's something that really runs just kind of primal to my core. Yeah. Like it's kind of to a fault. And partially fueled by how, at least the way that I think that my parents ended up being. Because they kind of just fucked the whole family dynamic up. So now it's just like, I don't really talk to anyone on either side of my family. Like, I keep tabs with my sisters, but that's really about it. Like, I haven't really talked to my grandmother in a minute. I haven't really talked to really anyone on my father's side outside of him. I've just got a really disjointed family. And from what I remember, they're probably fine. But we were definitely that weird section of the family, and it wasn't hard to see. Like, even as a kid, I understood that. Like, something about our branch of the family was just kind of off. Oh, hello there. But nah, generally speaking, it's just kind of a general thing. I have a few. Like, I'm not really the kind of person that needs everybody to be their friend, and thus really only have a select few that I'm really good friends with. Ooh, hello. Generally, I prefer to be to myself a lot of the time. Like, generally when it comes to... Ooh, shoved off the ledge there. It's not even necessarily that. I just have this weird sort of like social radar, I guess, that from my experience has never really led me astray. Like, generally when it comes to figuring people out, I've got a pretty solid idea on who they are when I first meet them. I do my best to avoid, you know, relying on that super heavily, but, like, I'll keep it in mind. And more often than not, it tends to be pretty right. So I typically tend to choose, well, more so now, but generally when it comes to new people, I tend to be a bit more selective on who I talk to super regularly. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel that. I'm also a pretty soft-spoken / quiet person, so more often than not, I'll just kind of keep to myself. You're not glowing, so you're a mimic. I don't have a shield, so I should probably... Yeah, that's probably a mimic. Fisher's hat isn't great. Oh, food. Sweet. Yeah. I think when it comes to school, it is important to pay attention to at least some degree. Use practical thinking to try and sort out what all you do and don't need. Like, obviously, math is going to be important to know. Like, even still, like, you don't necessarily need to know, like, massive calculus or, you know, wild algebra or anything like that, but generally speaking, the broad strokes is pretty good to keep in mind when it comes to mathematics, because it is useful. Like, even despite me saying I wasn't going to use math very often, I do use math pretty regularly. I don't want to use andesite to build with. Oh, okay, bye, pickaxe. Because, like, in 5th grade... Oh, yeah. Oh, hi, I wasn't expecting that to be a mimic. I didn't even see the chest there. Fuck yeah, kitty slippers, let's go! Delightful decade. Oh, hello. Speaking of delightful. But, like, I do use math incredibly frequently. Not algebra or calculus or anything like that, or physics. Well, I guess I can't... Yeah. I can't necessarily say that I don't use algebra, because I love the mod Psi, and that is very algebra focused. I don't recommend that. As tough as life gets, I would never recommend leaving it. Like, it's never a good option. Outside of super specific scenarios, no. But I have definitely used it on more than one occasion. Suppose I should go peek down there and see what do. I'm only on minus 27, so there's still a decent chunk of ways I can go down. And a decent chunk of ways down I can go. Like, honestly, especially during Minecraft, when I get later on into doing factory building and stuff, you'll definitely see me using multiplication quite regularly. Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that you're not going to be using math in your day-to-day life. Not even a million fucking years would I ever say that, because math is fucking important. But, like, generally speaking... So, okay. Let me recontextualize the way that... I don't need to go back up necessarily. I brought sticks down for a reason. But, let me recontextualize the subjects for you a bit. Math is going to be your practical, pretty much everyday subject. The one that you're going to be using more often than not, pretty regularly when it comes to managing finances and your general day-to-day stuff. If you get into a field or like an occupation that requires it, it'll be helpful to have. English is your social / contextual understanding. So basically, anytime you're reading something, you're not really reading it per se, you're learning how to contextualize information in a way that sort of makes it easier to understand. Science is your general applied world, like your general stuff, your safety management, all that. It teaches you about various chemicals and various situations you might run into in a day-to-day life, and gives you a bit more in-depth on what'll happen during said event. Geography / social studies is just that, social studies. History is important for context. History will teach you, in conjunction with English, context and mindsets based on history and how it'll affect the future. So, say for instance, you're in history class and, you've got, they're going through, or you're going through a subject where they're going through a shortage in food. Well, now through context that in the future they're going to be a bit more strict on how they go about farming and how they go about storing food and ensuring that in the future such a thing doesn't happen. So generally it'll be, stricter food, sorting situations. If it's one of those kinds of societies, there'll be more farmers, there'll be more space. Jesus, I almost got blasted off the side. More space allocated towards agricultural needs and things like that. So, like, generally, when it comes to places like Ireland, for example, they went through a potato famine. That ended up leading to a large quantity of farmers and generally a better sort of focus on how to store food and, you know... Oh, okay. And generally just like a better focus on food in general. Hence why you get a lot of alcohol and stuff like that, because when you do ferment things, it tends to pay to know what it turns into and what it does to you when it does ferment. And generally there's a good, you know, healthy pride in the way that the farming goes. If it's a more, like, imperialistic focused society like Britain, you'll tend to have more of a focus on government and relations and this, that, and the other thing, for better or for worse. And generally there's more of a focus on the idea of legacy and what will you leave behind and what will your mark be on the world. Which is why there's tends to be quite a few people that will come out of England and general most European situations with more Western Christian beliefs that will focus a bit more on, like, oh, another diamond pickaxe, sweet. On, like, I guess risk reward and how others perceive them and all that. Now, is that necessarily true for everyone? No, but generally speaking, having history and social studies will teach you sort of context clues on how to manage that. I did for a little bit, but I've noticed it going down, sort of, Roblox specifically, down a path that isn't great, to say the least, and honestly the bare minimum. Like, I don't like the direction they're going, and unfortunately with the way that Roblox is as a platform doesn't really lend itself to being what they want to go for, because they're kind of fucking dumb with the way they're trying to take things. Like, I don't like the idea of an unmoderated platform introducing adults or adult services to a largely minor platform. That's just really icky to me, and I don't like that at all. Like, I don't know why they're deciding to go for a 17 plus dating platform. And mind you, 17 in the US is already a very weird age to choose. Because in the US, you're not considered an adult until you're 18. And I don't think you can vote till... No, you can't drink until you're 21. You can vote, I think, at 18. What? Oh. So having a 17... Mind you, they're still technically considered minors under US law. Having minors on a platform with adults is... Why are there so many baby zombies? Oh my god! Chill! Okay. Anyway... When you have 17 plus as your cutoff point, it's a little weird. Maybe it's different for other sort of cultures, but in the US, generally, that's considered to be very icky. and no good. I don't know where those baby zombies went. I feel like they're trying to flank me. And it's generally not considered to be a good thing. So having it be that is... Fuck. God damn baby zombies. Son of a bitch! No! Thank you. Holy hell in a handbasket. Thank fuck for comforting foods. But having 17 be your cutoff is very weird. In my and a lot of other adults' opinions. Because they're still considered minors by US law. And generally in most countries, 18 is considered to be... Right, I don't have to worry about creepers. They're considered to be minors. And encouraging dating within that pool is very, very weird. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, teens shouldn't date. No, like, teens will do what teens do. There's not really much you can do to stop them. Ensuring it's safe is about the best you can do. But when it comes to Roblox and their proposed 17 plus dating platform, that's really weird to me, and I don't like the way that they're choosing to go. Like, if they stuck specifically to just being like, hey, we're a platform for kids, we're, you know, we have games on here, you know, be it whatever the hell the game is, be it like Doors or whatever, like horror FPS, like that's always gonna be a thing. Generally speaking, though, I just don't like the whole dating platform thing. Because Roblox already has issues with minor attracted persons on their platform. Yeah. Like, it's an issue that everyone has known about for, God, probably closer to a decade and a half by now. Like, it's nothing new. And people have been sounding the alarms on it for who knows how long. Maybe even longer than even I realized. And, like, they've just done nothing about it. So it's not surprising that they're choosing to go that direction. Despite everyone being like, no, what are you doing? Stop being stupid. That doesn't matter. They're gonna do what they do, and come hell or high water, that's just what it's gonna be. Why are there so many zombies? Oh my god. Thank God for comforting. But no, like, it's just a really weird situation that they're creating themselves in. And they don't need to. It's just for whatever reason the CEO has decided to take it that direction. Despite everyone telling him not to and that it's a bad idea and that he shouldn't do it. Give me something good. Ooh. A thorns pendant? Oh, but you broke the card. That's big. That's big. That's big. Oh, potatoes. Some melons. But getting back to the topic of school, like it is important to have all of the things that school teaches you, whether it's actually through teaching you or more the things you pick up while you're there. Like, I think it's important to express that despite the idea that someone may be popular in school, that will not matter in the real world. Like 90% of the people's opinions in school and high school will not matter after you graduate. Like, unless, like, obviously don't be a dick. Yeah. But generally don't be a dick when you're in school. Like, be, you know, cordial, be, you know, personable. But realistically, at the end of the day, their opinion doesn't matter. They are generally just people like you, who have lives outside of school like you. And it is what it is. Yep. And I'm gonna give a first-hand example. In school, there was this really popular kid. I won't give a name for very obvious reasons, but they were track and field, you know, they were all about sports. They were super popular. Everyone knew them. Everyone, you know, they enjoyed their company. I came to find out, probably closer to a couple of years ago now, that they had recently gotten arrested after a high-speed chase. Now, mind you, this person was like the class clown, right? Come to find out, through a little bit more reading, they got into the high-speed chase for vandalizing 7 cars by breaking in the rear windshield. So, yeah, generally speaking, their opinion does not matter. Like, I promise you. Now, generally, the change in their life may not be as stark, but that's what can happen. Like, you can have people like me who all throughout high school are basically like, you know, they're pinned to be the school shooter if it ever happens. But, you know, as long as you take care of yourself mentally and, you know, generally do your best and not be a colossal cunt, you'll be fine. Like, I'm the kind of person who's not outwardly hostile. I don't look for reasons to get into fights. I don't you know, actively antagonize people. Generally, I try and keep a pretty cool head. Got some. Why are there so many of you? Fuck. I might go make another cup of coffee, honestly. What time is it? 3 a.m. Another cup of coffee does sound good, though. I might go make one. Yep. No, I get it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it isn't going to help you in the long run to have, you know, some level of idea of school. But more often than not, it's best to prioritize being street smart than being book smart. Because, you know, like a book isn't going to help you when you're struggling. A book isn't going to help you when you know, need to do X, Y, and Z thing before rent. A book isn't gonna teach you, you know, how to deal with an anxiety attack or how to deal with shitty people. And sure, you can read it and, you know, it'll probably be in a book somewhere. But it's not going to teach you anything. It'll tell you something, but it won't teach you anything. And that's a big reason why I don't think I'd be good as a teacher. Because I'm great at saying things, but not necessarily teaching things. And on most cases, it's fine. Like, it'll get me through day-to-day exchanges. But when it comes to actually, like, breaking things down, I'm awful at it. Like, I have to use analogies and idioms to, like, generally get my point across. Similes too, honestly. But, like, that's not conducive for... Oh, shit! FBI just walked up. Okay. We're good. I fought back against the FBI and won. I don't know how, but I did. Alright, I gotta go back, because I'm wandering a little... Wait. Where are you at? You're in a cave over here. Where over here? I don't know why. Oh. If I was in a server, I'd be banned for X-raying. That's crazy. There was no deviation. I'm just trying to get back up to the surface and I run into diamonds. That's wild. Oh, what's up, Mr. Goblin? Man, I was looking for you. Um, we'll toss up the diorite. I'll use some rotten flesh. Buy some sponges. Wait, no, I can't. Never mind. Sweet. Okay. Ah. Blessed be Todd. Alright, now I gotta get the hell out of here before I end up dying down here with all this stuff on me. I get that feeling. Being told that you're the smart kid and that, you know, you've got all of this stuff planned or you've got all this stuff ahead of you and how you can achieve great things. Oh, I know. Believe me, I know. Like, I love my dad, but he is definitely one of those kind of parents. I get hit with that a lot when I was in high school. Because I went to the same school my sisters did. I always got compared to both of them, be like, oh, you're just like so-and-so. Whenever I get tired, really. It would really just depend on when I actually start to get tired. Oh, there's grass down here at 36. Why? That's not just like a single block of Enderman grass. That's just like naturally generated grass. Why is that down here? See, the problem with the car is that it requires a really, like, if you want it to not be expensive later, it requires a pretty hefty upfront investment. Unless the person has been taking, like, pristine care of their car, and then by that point, like, you're gonna deal with, you know, higher prices anyway. But generally speaking, cars are a pretty upfront, like, investment. If something breaks, it's typically like a pretty strong and annoying payment to have to do. And especially like if you lease your car, now you're also paying for that as well. And like it's just not something I can afford. So unfortunately, I'm kind of just locked in this situation of, well, I can't afford a car. And I don't want to get a car without insurance because that's just dumb. Because then if my car gets totaled, then I'm kind of just shit out of luck. So obviously I want insurance as well. So I have one. I have an electric bike. It's not great, but it does what I need it to. It's just, unfortunately, not a great one. Because generally, like, for, like, day-to-day commutes, you want something in the realm of, like, 30 plus miles or a higher speed or, what have you. Mine goes 15 at most and is basically dead after a mile. Now, mind you, that's just using the throttle. But, like, its battery life isn't getting any better as time goes on. So, there's that. But, like, bikes work. It's just, unfortunately, there's not really a whole lot in bike range for me. They do. It's just getting to them that's the issue. Like, I'm not going to apply to a place that is outside of my range, because then I can't reliably get to work, and that's going to reflect poorly on me, and it's just not worth the headache of being like, oh, like, I have to do this, and this, and it's just not worth it. Like, I wouldn't mind being able to one day make this a career, but I know with that comes a lot of luck, and I am unfortunately a very unlucky person. So, at this point, it's just about giving me as many opportunities to potentially make it a career. But in doing so also comes with the understanding that it could very well end at any given moment at any point in time because of some social trend or some bandwagon that happens that's out of my control or some other thing. Like, I've been on the internet long enough in my life to understand that having a career on the internet is incredibly fickle. And there are definitely going to be times where things will just happen that are entirely out of my control. Like, I can't control if somebody decides they want to make a narrative about how I'm such a shitty person and that nobody should be subscribed to me and all that. Like, I can't control that. Nor would I ever really bother to do so. Like, it's not true or otherwise, people are going to believe what they want to believe. And, like, you can present facts and, do all this and be, as upfront and all that about all these things. And sure, that's fine, but Oh, these don't hurt you when you go through them. Grape bushes are dope. Yeah, like generally when it comes to careers on the internet, it doesn't take much for it to suddenly end. Especially in this day and age when everyone's so emotionally invested in everything, even though it has nothing to do with them. And God forbid you're even remotely political. Oh my God. I have many fears. Weirdly enough, I don't know that death is necessarily one of them. Like, obviously I don't want to die. And I strongly advocate for anyone who is in a situation where that feels like their only option not to. Like, life sucks. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It does sometimes. But the key word there is sometimes. There are going to be things that will absolutely suck. They'll feel like the worst thing in the world, and that the only way to escape it is just to shed the mortal coil and move on. But I don't believe that. I don't think that that's really a good mindset to be in. Like, obviously, you know, it's one thing to be said outside of it, but it's another when you're actually in it. But death is a very natural thing that happens to everything. Come what may, whether it be today or tomorrow, eventually, everyone will die. And it sucks. It leaves a lot of broken hearts and unfulfilled dreams. But it's not. It's just a part of having lived. It's not necessarily good, it's not bad, it's not anything. It's just the end of something. But it's in having died that you know it existed. It meant something. My biggest fear is never having quite gotten everything done that I wanted to. Like, I'm not worried about any particular, like, bucket list or any super, like, specific thing. Just living and, you know, having a family is really all I want. And I feel sorry for anyone who never got to experience that joy. I think I'd be awful on a podcast. Like, I'll be real. I have an awful time trying to keep any sort of consistency in what I'm talking about. I think generally I've got the face and voice for radio. But outside of that, I certainly don't have the appeal of someone on radio. Damn! I knew I was short some. But no, like, I definitely think that my sort of, I guess, relationship, I should call it, with death is probably not anything unique. Like, I definitely think there's probably a large subsect of people and cultures that sort of think the way that I do, that not necessarily that they think the way that I do, but they share similar ideas about it. That it's like it just is what it is. And like, as cruel and awful as it just is. There's not really anything you can do to prevent it. You can postpone it at most by, you know, cryogenically freezing yourself, but that's not really running away from it. That's just pushing it off to other people, in my opinion. Because when it comes to cryogenically freezing and then later, you know, thawing yourself when whatever caused you to be in there in the first place gets cured, that doesn't necessarily free you from the burden. Like, you don't just avoid death. You just now get to live with the idea that you running from it has turned its attention to others. Because the way that I see it is that you don't get something from nothing. Like, you don't just get to cryogenically freeze yourself and suddenly it's like, wow, we solved world hunger and we cured all these diseases. Like, cancer's no longer an issue. Now, in my mind, if I were to do that, now I'm suddenly sitting here thinking, damn, literally countless people that I will never know or, like, learn of died for me to get the privilege of continuing to live on with the freedom of, like, not having, you know, suffered through it. Like, I think cryogenically freezing yourself is inherently selfish. Incredibly so. I think it's not necessarily immoral, it's just kind of a dick thing to do. Because it's not like you're going to be magically saved from whatever is causing issues in your body. You're just preventing the knowledge that could be gained from a untimely demise from being researched and studied. Yeah, and there's that factor too, where, like, if you have people that you genuinely do care about, like you have a family and kids and all that, like, you're freezing yourself for an indeterminate amount of time. If you do come back, congratulations, you don't have those anymore. You're alone. You've got nothing. Sure, you've got money and, you know, the status of having cryogenically preserved yourself to live in a future that may not necessarily be better. Congratulations. You played yourself. Like, that's part of the reason why I genuinely do think that it's awful saying it like this, and I don't like the phrasing of it, but that is kind of how I feel. it's it's a little selfish to just kind of kill yourself, you know? Like it sounds like a really dick thing to say. I know, but like let's be real. Because in a really like bland and sort of like blanched explanation, and I know it's not necessarily true for everyone, but in a very broad sense, you got so upset at how life was treating you that you decided you didn't want to be there anymore. Like, I get it. Shit sucks. But they're called struggles for a reason. Like, if the future becomes cyberpunk, I don't know anymore, man. Like, we are a couple steps into it. We've got petri dishes of human brain tissue that can play Doom. Like, yeah. It's a whole sort of system of things that, like, it sucks. It sucks for everyone. What gives you the idea are suddenly so important and so special that you can just shirk that? And, like, I understand. I understand how much of, like, a fucking absolute dick I sound. Because in that headspace, yeah, no, it sucks. Like, I have absolutely been in that headspace of, will anybody really miss me if I vanish tomorrow? Like, it sucks being in that headspace. I hate it. I do. I really do. Because you can't find anything worthwhile. And it feels like everything just sucks. Maybe. But unfortunately, a lot of people on the internet will not see it that way. I don't mind, though. Like, it is what it is. 2, 3, 4 plus those into there. I put too much on that one. Two. I don't have enough coal to smelt all of this. We'll do that. Yeah, I get that. So, while I understand where you're coming from, I do appreciate that death isn't instant. And what I mean by that is, while it is painful and sucks in the moment, there is a chance you do get saved. Like, medicine, especially in the modern times, has done some incredible things. And even in wild circumstances where the patient doesn't look like they're going to make it, they've managed to pull through. And more often than not, the world is better for it. Because now we have a general threshold of people can tolerate up to this amount. And here are the procedures that we did to bring them back to stable enough living. Obviously, there's some level of recovery the patient has to do after the fact, but generally with the medical field, if everything is accounted for, we've learned something, we've gained something from it, and we didn't lose anybody in the process. That's phenomenal. Like, yeah, it sucks to nearly have died, but we've learned so much and gained so much more from it. And we didn't lose anybody. Like, those experiences are phenomenal. Like, obviously, I'm not saying, go out, cause harm to yourself for medical research purposes. Like, that's fucking stupid. But, like, if it happens and you survive, congratulations. You've experienced modern medicine. Like, if death was just instant, I don't even know if we'd be a species anymore. With how many times we do stupid shit over the dumbest reasons. Like, don't get me wrong. I am boiling this down. What I'm about to say, I am boiling it down to the brass tacks. Bare minimum explanation to convey a point. We are all evolved monkeys fighting over dead dinosaurs. Like, the bare minimum. Bottom line for 90% a whole bunch of stuff is that we are all just really intelligent hairless monkeys fighting over dinosaur goo. As stupid as that sounds, it's not wrong. Now, oftentimes, we'll trade bananas for the dead dinosaurs. And monkey society thrives off of that. But generally speaking, oh, I wanted to actually smell the thing down. But yeah, no, like when it comes to death, I am definitely very grateful that it isn't instant. Like, I'm glad I don't, I mean, like, That is like brass tacks explanation of, hey, here's how society starts. And there is a whole rabbit hole you can go down on YouTube of a guy who explains various concepts in the form of monkeys and bananas. I highly recommend it. It's a really fun watch, and honestly, if it's like super complex topics, it generally does a really good job at explaining things. Despite the absurd nature of explaining things with monkeys. Like there's a video of explaining how to do your taxes and how banks work and what stocks are. And it's like really complex topics explained as if it's trying to be explained to a monkey. And generally speaking, it gets the point across because it's really simplified in explaining it. Alright, so what do I need to do? I need a house. Yeah, I need a house. There. So let me see about putting one together. One more. There we go. Okay, so now I can take that out, chuck it in here. What kind of a house do I want to make? I like how 3.5 hours into the stream, I'm only just now making a house. Like, this is the pace that I go at with these kinds of fucking mod packs, man. It's crazy. I have no more coal. I forgore. Well, yeah, duh, but I mean, like, thematically. Well, yeah, that's gonna be the goal. I still have to figure out a theme. And if you say create theme, I'm gonna be immensely disappointed. Yeah. I think there's a 5-second-ish delay. I still think that's the delay. I could be wrong. What do we got? Ooh. Okay. I do kind of like the running bond. It does look kind of neat. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Problem is that if I do it in granite, I'm not going to find any more granite. Cobblestone. Cobblestone cannot run. Cobblestone cannot go anywhere. Twigs? Damn, no twigs work. Fuck. No cobblestone bricks for me. Unless... Aha. Oh, no. I regret looking. Fuck. I'm gonna try and keep away from it. It's a good goal to aim for. Just, be aware of your surroundings and the people you surround yourself with is my best, my best advice from someone who isn't even like planning to be or is. Because generally from what I've seen, it's oftentimes a situation where someone will surround themselves with unsavory or unscrupulous people and end up getting into trouble later on because of it. Like, yeah, but so a lot of the times when it comes to politicians in particular, you have to follow the money before everything else. So, say for example, you know, you've got this really high politician who, despite what everyone thinks about them, generally tends to be doing better. Well, if you look at how much they make or how much, you know, donations they get, generally tends to be quite high, allowing them to, you know, stifle or even completely silence the negative opinions about them and push an agenda that, regardless of what the mass populace thinks, generally tends to keep people voting for them. That's why whenever you see like large companies with like really shitty business choices, a lot of the times it'll be attributed to, you know, where the money is going. And fairly often it tends to be, oh, they're embezzling money and putting it into their pocket so that they can make money. And then they'll, you know, shift it over to a new company to then hide any unscrupulous doings. Like, it's not exactly like a whole, you know, rocket science. It's just, there tends to be money in being a politician. And a lot of times it comes with needing money to be able to run for office. So people will tend to try and get in early to then influence them and keep them essentially on payroll. It'll be like that sometime. There are certainly some times where people will generally act pretty brazen about what they're doing. $25. Oh, I do have torches. Wait. Not really. I barely scraped by in school, generally speaking. Like, I was never really into the whole idea of, you know, doing work or generally fitting in. Whether or not that's been for my benefit or not, don't know. I kind of stopped paying attention after a little while. I did, but I'm also not going to say that just being street smart is going to save your ass either. Like, don't get me wrong. Being able to, navigate potentially awful situations in the streets is helpful. But, being able to identify them is equally as important. And you can't exactly do much without book smarts if you want to get a job. Because most jobs these days require you to at least be literate. With, I want to say, at least a high school level math understanding. A bit deeper and a bit bigger. I think would probably be best. Just keep in mind that with those kinds of positions, there will be a lot of eyes on you. Whether you want it to be or not. Your opinions and actions will affect others in larger swaths than you fully understand. Especially if you're in a country where certain politicians are more favorable, despite public outcry. If it's something you really believe in, then I'm not going to tell you no, but just understand there's quite a lot of risks that come with something like that. That's one hell of a story. That's one hell of a car. This should be a decent enough start, I think. The doorway needs to be bigger. Honestly, I think that car company should definitely run that as an ad. Like, obviously not the section about, you know, being the car that got shot at in, like, a political assassination attempt, but just like, hey, car strong enough to survive a bazooka blast. Like, obviously people are gonna make the connection, but... That's wild. And that's not even like... That's not even specifically because it is Honda. So, you want to hear something really funny? When I was younger, mind you, I was like... I had to have been like 13 or 14 at the time. I went with my mom to her job. And mind you, like, I forget specifically why I was there. But it became a thing where we would go in and, you know, she'd go about doing her thing. And they're like, well, you don't just want to sit in the kids' room all day. So we'll just have you do something. So I began to scan documents for a Honda dealership. It got to the point where I was doing such a good job, they started paying me under the table. Like, it's crazy. Like, I would scan in, God, it was probably like thousands of documents a day. Just me working on that. And, like, I wasn't under any, like, strict sort of, like, deadline to meet or anything. It was just me in just a room scanning documents. I made $300 that summer, though. So, you know. Yep. Like, from literally just from me scanning things, like no specific like requirement on how much I did a day, no real like pressure not to take a break or anything, just me in a room doing literally whatever the hell I wanted and scanning. Oh, it's 4:15. Been streaming for almost 4 hours. That's pretty crazy. Damn. Yeah, wanna do this then. Okay. Do more this way. I mean, to be fair, when you're a kid, you've got no real sense of danger. And your body tends to be a little less sensitive, I guess is the best way to describe it. It's not... It's less attuned to pain. Because I definitely remember being younger. I think I must have been like 4 or 5 at the time. And falling off monkey bars and landing on like the flat of my back. And I sprained my arm pretty good. But I definitely think at the time spraining my arm wasn't necessarily the thing that like made me upset and cry. It was about the fact that I couldn't breathe because I knocked the wind out of myself. Well, yes. Yeah, so like when I fell, I just landed flat on the ground because I'll explain the context a bit more because I remember doing this very vividly. I was going to reach for something like the monkey bars and like there was a bar missing, so I'm like, oh, I'll just go for the next one, it'll be fine. I went to reach for it. Like I had to swing myself a little bit, went to reach for it, my hand slipped. And like I just flung out, my legs just flew out from underneath me and I landed just flat on my back. I remember like trying desperately to breathe. It wasn't working. I'm like, I'm not having a good time. Bad things are happening. So it was just like this, I wasn't even really paying attention to the pain in my arm. I felt it, but I was just like, I can't breathe. And when I finally caught my fucking breath, I just started wailing. I have to expand the walls a bit more. But yeah, no, it is an awful feeling. Absolutely awful. Because it's going to be Oh, here, here. Hmm. No. I have to build it to 7. No. I have too much sand. Damn it. Do you remember how I was hype about picking up that crab earlier? This was why. I'm gonna get all my stuff moved into there for now, and then I'm probably gonna end up calling it a night. Yeah. Let me spread the potatoes. Ooh. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, we'll put that there for now. Respawn point. Ah, my god. There, damn it. Might try and make a sundial out of bamboo. I might. I might. I don't know. No, I guess not technically. Only really by a technicality. Because, and the reason I say this is because the person that connected them to my family has since passed. So they're not family anymore, they're just a person I fucking hate. So I guess technically no, but also kind of. I'm gonna go with no. Yeah. Yeah. At least my immediate family, anyway. My sisters are pretty chill. My dad's a good dad. Unfortunately, my mother was a really good job at fucking everything up. But family's family. Not much you can do outside of loving them. I've gotten used to it. Because it's all I've grown up with. Ooh, it's hit me now. We had a few. I think the pet that was definitely mine was a dog that we had called Patches. He was a little Jack Russell Terrier. Adorable dog. I loved her to bits. No, unfortunately, we had to put her down a while ago because she had a tumor growing that we couldn't pay for. I honestly genuinely forget where specifically we got her. I think she was definitely... We got her after she was... I think it was after she became like a fully grown dog and was like an adult. Um, yeah. I've had a couple pets since then, I think. Not really. My sister had her cat. I don't remember what happened to that. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I was. Because at the time, like, we were basically inseparable. Like, I'd come home from school, and occasionally the door would be locked because my mom would go out for work or whatever. And, like, I'd get home, and I can't tell you how... So, side tangent, because it made me think of it. I can't tell you the amount of times that I broke into that 750 square foot apartment. Like, it's wild. So, mind you, like I said, I lived in an apartment. So, basically, before I even started high school, basically, like, but honestly, it could have even been before I even started middle school. I knew how to pop open the door in the mailroom. Maybe. Like, I'd love to get another Jack Russell Terrier. But, I don't know. Because, like... Okay, so... I'm gonna put it this way. I have a lot of skills that I'm not okay with having. And will never plan to use. For example, I am apparently amazing at popping open a door with a metal bar. I'm also incredibly great at closing doors very quietly. I have all the skills I would need to break into somebody's house. I hope I never use it. Like, I have so many skills I do not want. But I guess I have. It's awful. Like, it's a whole thing. Yep. Oh, I'm aware. As much as I never plan on using it, I am phenomenal at committing B&Es, apparently. And because I've lived in apartments my entire life, I'm great at walking quietly. These are skills I have. I don't necessarily want them. Well, I don't mind being able to walk quietly because that saves my downstairs neighbors from hearing me stomping around my house. Great way to kink around. I know that's not what you meant to say, but that's a phenomenal mistype. Oh, all right. It's 4:30 a.m. I should probably at least pretend to go to sleep for the next couple of hours before I inevitably end up actually falling asleep. And before I get too tired to actually do anything on stream, much like I have been staring in this chest for the past half an hour. Yes, I'm gonna be in the stream for now. I appreciate the folks who watched from now or in the future, stopping by, vibing out, hanging out with me. If you enjoyed, drop a follow, subscribe, whichever platform you happen to be watching on. I do stream noon and midnight Eastern Standard Time. Extrapolate that however you will for whatever time zone you happen to be in. And yeah, that's been it for this one. I don't know what I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I might do some Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. We'll see. I'm in one of those weird lulls because I can't do 150cc Mario Kart. It's too slow. Have a good night. Oh God. All right. No. Apparently, the coffee has worn off. I might not be pretending to go to sleep for a couple of hours. Holy